All right. Good morning. Glad to be here today. Can everybody hear me and see my screen? If you put that in the chat and let me know, I'd appreciate it. Can you guys hear me and see my screen? I want to make sure before I get moving here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Real quick, before we get into trading and stuff, many people have asked about the bigger picture, and I want to go through that here and just real quickly go through why I think we're going to be facing a multi-decade correction once we do top, if we haven't already. Um, and this is going to be pretty quick, guys, because we're going to trade here in 15 minutes, and I need to get set up for that. But um, in 1918, which is right here, this is 3 to 4, where we're creating a diagonal for wave 1 off of the start of the stock market, okay? In 1918, so just some similarities into the times we're in now. This was Spanish flu. 20 to 40% of the world was affected with it and ended up dying because of it. It was a very big issue worldwide, a pandemic. And off of that 1918 area, we came down and bottomed and then had a ripping ride up in 5. Does this sound like any kind of similarity to what we have just seen in the last 5 years? Now, that's not why we're going to have a bigger correction. It's just to illustrate how similar the times we're in now are. At this time, once we were approaching 1929, there was overwhelming sentiment that was bullish, and no one thought that any kind of crash could ever happen in the market, which is the sentiment we're in now. I've been told that a crash like I'm talking about is impossible. And right before the Great Depression, John Maynard McKee said, "We will not have any more crashes in our time." That was 1927. Of course, we topped in 1929 and the market lost almost 100% of its value. There was also E.H. Simmons, who was the president of the New York Stock Exchange. I cannot help but raise a dissenting voice to statements that we are living in a fool's paradise and that prosperity in this country must necessarily diminish and recede in the near future. That was in 1928. There will be no interruption of permanent prosperity. That was Forbes. He still has a magazine and gets to talk about stocks even after that in 1928. At any point, that's kind of where we're at now. Everybody's talking about, oh, we can't have a big crash. It's impossible. The Spanish flu was going to wipe out the world. It didn't. The market ripped higher, and you got your 5-wave structure. And then immediately you got a 4-year Great Depression that took the market from 32 down to 4. So it lost 7/8 of its value, which is what, 88% or something, and crushed, the country. From there, Elliott, after that, in 1940, in the middle of World War, predicted we would have a 100-year bull market, roughly 70 to 100 years. He was saying it would be a time of growth over that time, and that's what we've seen as we go up. You complete the structure in our 100-year bull market, and this last 5 looks just like the first 5, does it not? You have a 1, 2, 3, 4 goes into wave 1 territory, causing the diagonal, which is what you had as well. You had an epidemic right here, right before you had your zoom higher, pandemic, whatever. You have people now, this structure is almost the same as the 20s. You have people now who say we can't have a stock market crash. And because the Great Depression was only a 4-year straight down struggle, that was wave 2. Wave 4 should be the opposite because of the theory of alternation. So it should be a longer flat type structure. On top of that, if you look at wave 4 of 1 lower degree, it was a 9-year correction that took 66% off of the stock market. People forget about this. They forget that the stock market crashed 66% off of its high, and it lasted 9 years. This is a 1 larger degree wave 4, so it should be at least as long as this one. And more often than not, it's 1.5 to 2 times as big, which is where 10 to 20 years comes from. So there's these things aren't just made up. They're not just, oh, this is going to happen because of magic. This is stuff that happens and repeats itself and has been calculated over time. So just that is the big picture that we're topping in a major super cycle 3. We have a super cycle 4, and I believe that the target for that 4 over that time period will be about 1600. And the reason for that, as you can see my black line here, is we broke out over the structure of the last corrective period, and we never came back to test that zone. And Price Action 101 tells you we absolutely will come back to test that zone. So this would be where theoretically it could come all the way down to 666, but because of inflation and other things, you adjust, and 1600 would be the more natural target here. So that doesn't mean we can't go a little bit higher here. Hitting 6,000, everybody says, oh, you changed everything, blah, blah, blah. We have to change based on what we're given. But the overall projection that I put out all the way back here in 2020 was that we're going to 6,000. I have a video called The Big Picture that says we were going to 6,000. Now, when wave 4 crosses into wave 1 territory, that does change things. That can signal a top or a diagonal, one or the other. Diagonals are less common, so I had to adjust my view that the top may be in. It obviously was not, but we went and hit the 6,000 target we were looking for. So again, Elliott's targets came up perfect. The structure, you don't always know if it's going to be a diagonal or a standard impulsive wave. So those are just things to keep in mind. Secondly, this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is investing. Investing takes time. It's going to have wins. It's going to have losses. We're going to have winning days. We're going to have losing days. I can't tell you today is going to be a winning day. I hope it is. I hope every day is a winning day. But the point being, if you're looking for an indicator that never loses, stop trading. Put your money in something safe, like a CD or something, and never look at it again, because you will never succeed in trading. If you were looking for something that is a magic bullet and is going to make you rich tomorrow, you're in the wrong stream. This is investing. You're going to hit probably, we average about 60% win rate. And those 60%, the way we use our risk reward, allows us to make 40% on our money in a year. So that's the whole point of, or 35% on our money in a year, sorry, is what we made last year using the indicator. And that's the whole point. You're going to have winning days, weeks, months, years. You're going to have losing days, weeks, and months. You should never have losing years. That's just part of trading. That's how trading works. And if you don't understand that, I would highly suggest you don't day trade and don't swing trade, because you're not going to have the mindset and mentality for it, and you're not going to understand how to properly size your capital and all those types of things. So just a preface on all of those things. As far as where we're at in the counts, we are in between whether we're going to go make a new high or not. And all that's going to just depend on, because we're in a diagonal, we're dealing in ABCs, what happens on the pullback. So I think we can see a little bit higher here. The first target should be 58.56. And at any point from there, if we see a 5-wave decline, then it's much more likely the top is going to be in, and we're going to be looking at much lower. If we see a 3-wave decline, then that's corrective. So we then look for an ABC like this, and then continuation back up into the all-time highs. So keep those things in mind in the short term and long term, so that you can have a solid trading foundation for what you're trying to do. All right, let me get a couple things here. Forgot to do, so let me get those set up while I'm doing that. If you want to type in any questions, I'll check the chat and go from there. Let me get the levels on the screen so you guys can see those. Okay, so our high volume levels today are going to be, they already rejected, they're at and rejected and returned to 576. So that's going to be your first high volume level. Your second one is going to be 580, especially for 0 DTE. So there's a, if they get through 576, really strong chance we go hit 580 today on the SPY. Our Call support starts at 570 for the first wave of calls. The second resistance comes in at 582. There's your call wall. And then your puts are all the way down at 560. But we are in positive gamma now. The market has flipped out of negative gamma into positive gamma, which generally means less volatility and more grind upwards. I do have discount codes on the screen. I wasn't going to do this again, but Kentucky won their first 2 games in March Madness, and this is a March Madness promotion we are running. So as long as they're still alive, they're my team. As long as they're still alive, I will still run this promotion. I decided to run it again. I don't ever discount the yearly. I did it on the last live stream, and I said that'd be the only time for March Madness. But I did decide to extend it 1 more week since... or offer it again this week. It's only available on the live stream, guys, if you want to get the indicator. That is the only time you'll see a 10% discount, and you can only get it while we're on the live stream. After the stream is over, about 45 minutes after the stream is over, it'll be gone. So just keep those things in mind as well. If you want to try it for a month, you can get 30% off. The code should be on the screen, yearly 10 and monthly 30. You type those in on the website. We'll go over there real quick so I can show you that. We've got a few minutes here before we open the market. You go to the membership plans. You scroll down to TradingView indicators, and then you just click whichever indicator you want. And when you scroll down, you'll see down at the very bottom. I already have it. Yeah, I know I already have it. Thank you. All right. Try it on this side, because I don't have the yearly, so I can't upgrade. I don't need to upgrade. I'm kidding. Right here above. Oh, darn it. Scrolled too far. Right above where you select if you're going to pay for credit card or PayPal, it says have a coupon. You click that and a box opens up. You put the coupon code right there and you hit sign up. Make sure you hit enter. So if I put in yearly 10 here, you'll see this bar come up. It should turn green. And then if you scroll to the top, you'll see that 1 year for $531, then $590. On top of that, I am offering 50% off of our TradeWaves Academy, which explains all of the things I went over in the first part, such as your psychology, your capital management, how to trade options, all that stuff. You get that for half price as well if you want that. So lots of deals being run there, just something to see. So we've got the, get rid of this. So we are starting we're in a buy cycle. They're trying to sell here in the pre-market. We don't trade pre or post-market. This is all chop. It's all ugly. We never trade it. And I don't trade past 10 a.m. Pacific time, which is what's going on with my Thinkorswim? Sorry, guys. I don't trade past 10 a.m. Pacific time because the market tends to get choppy. But right now we are in a sell coming into the open. So we'll see if we get any kind of buy that stops it out and gives us a sell at the open. But we won't take this sell. We will look for one that happens during regular trading hours. Jay says, good morning. I use this indicator every day. Most days it kills the market. Not to mention Jacob's support is bar none. Thanks, Jacob. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. Jay's been a long-time subscriber and is a great member of the community. If you guys want to be in our rooms, that's where I give you all the updates on what's going on with the market as well as we trade in there. So a lot of good stuff happening. I am having some technical difficulties with Thinkorswim right now, so hopefully that gets resolved here in the next few seconds. Come on, Thinkorswim. If it does not get resolved, we will obviously talk about the trades, but I can't give you the exact numbers right now. Apologies, guys. I'm not sure what's going on with their app or their desktop program, whatever you call it. So this high volume level is also the pre-market high, so that level would be a good level for us to look for a rejection off of. We've already rejected it in the pre-market once, back to the 21. This is the VWAP, the black line, and the blue line is the 21 moving average. So you know what those are. And very often when trades are happening, if a trade is entered below those lines and comes into them, it will reject. And so we take profit around these areas. And then, or at least take some profit, because sometimes they can, of course, break through. And then if it's coming from above, very often they trade back into it and do this. So those lines are very important to watch for profit-taking type stuff, things like that. Our trade setup is really simple. We trade day 0 DTE options, and once we get in the option, we're looking for a 20% win on the first half of our trade, and then we let the second half run and take profit at appropriate times. So very often we'll take half at 20%, maybe another half of the remaining at a critical VWAP or 21 EMA, and then we'll let the rest run and trail stops. I've had really bad luck picking days for trading, so keep that in mind as far as just even getting trades, because they've been trend days. Trend days are really bad day trading days because you just don't get good entries, and that causes a lot of boredom. So hopefully today we get a little bit of back and forth, maybe turnaround Tuesday where they drop it a little bit off of these high volume levels. They did come into the 200-day moving average yesterday on the SPX. So always things to keep in mind as you're watching the bars here go up and down as we wait for our next trade. Again, if you're new, we did build a custom indicator. It's called IWJ Pivot Point Pro. If I turn it off and on, you can see the signals come up. It is a price action indicator, so it sees this high volume level and knows it should reject there. So, and this is pre-market. Again, we don't trade the pre-market, but it knows that this is a place that if the conditions are right, we should be looking for rejection. And that's how price action works. So, so far this sell is still playing out into the open, and we'll see how that goes. My Thinkorswim is still not up, so I do apologize if we do get a trade and I can't give you exact numbers right now. I'm not sure what's going on with Thinkorswim today. Maybe after the bull trend day, we'll get a bear trend day. I don't think necessarily you'll get that. I mean, we can get a pullback. I don't know if it'll be a very strong pullback. I do think there's more legs to the upside here. I would definitely say you could get a pullback towards the pre-market low. I would not be shocked to see something like this today. Breaking the pre-market low also not, out of the question. Just you're in positive gamma and you're in a squeeze, so the bears are going to have a little tougher time pulling back today. I've been investing for some time now. I know the basics, but I'm not experienced as the people in this community, nor at Jacob's level. Jacob explains things very well and helps those of us who are just starting out in the community is wonderful. It's like a family that supports each other. That's one of the best compliments I could get, Juan. I'm very frustrated when people on YouTube say things like scam or whatever because, and they haven't even tried it, but because of other jerks on YouTube, the community has a black smear on it. So when you say it's a family, that's very much what I want in there is people that are looking after each other. There's hardly any arguments. I mean, there are disagreements on what the market's going to do, but it's certainly not a doofus chat room argument place. That's not how we conduct ourselves. We trade. We're good people in there, a lot of good people in there, a lot of very talented traders besides BT and myself. So it's a great community, guys. If you don't want the indicator but you want support, another great thing to look for. Did you try restarting your Thinkorswim 3 times now? Yes. Hey, happy to join the live session. Thanks for coming. Is that Jarish? Am I saying that right? Welcome. Welcome, Michael, Juan, Probs, Jay, all of you. Thanks for coming, guys. Glad you're here. So we did get a sell in the pre-market. Market is following that sell right now. It rejected exactly off of price action, high volume level. We're seeing the market push down. So even though it's pre-market, we don't take that trade. I do like to see the indicator working off of proper levels as it should. We're coming into a high volume level here at 574. So that'll be our first support to watch as we come down. The second support, you have the monthly average, which is an okay level, but just below that you have your pre-market low. So that'll be our next place to watch on the SPY. So right now, all I'm getting on Thinkorswim is installing updates that never ends. It just sits in a circle. So I'm looking to see if on my task manager I can end it in a background somewhere that's better than just closing it and restarting it, because it's obviously not coming back to life from that. And unfortunately, I can't restart my computer because we're live streaming. May have to work off my phone with Thinkorswim. Try one more time here. Is it a good gap close trade? Gap closes if you want to. I don't necessarily worry about gaps too much. For day trading, I'll be honest with you. I was a bad day trader. I was a swing trader for most of my life. And I met a guy who was a very good day trader, and we talked about what my struggles were with day trading. And that's where I got the idea of building a process to do this. And we worked together on it. And he wrote a lot of the foundation of the day trading side of it. And then I put in other things. But I use the indicator to day trade because as a person myself, I was a bad day trader. I'm a very good swing trader. At least I have been most of my life. Excuse me. But the day trading has really taken over the room and everything because it's been so successful. The indicator that we've built is so successful that that's where most of the money's being made, because it happens every single day. You get trades every single day. There's setups every single day. Trend days like yesterday, not as good, but for setups and stuff. But most days aren't trend days. Most days, you get on trends and you'll get rallies that go and sell-offs that go. But most days trade kind of like this in some way. And what the indicator does is it looks for this peak to sell, and then looks for this low to buy, and this peak to sell. And that's what you're looking for, where you're looking for support and resistance to hold so that you can get trade setups that'll work. But I was not a lifetime day trader. I was a much different kind of trader. I still, my basis of other trades is still built in swing. But swing trading's been really tough with the once we crossed wave 4 into wave 1 territory back in 2022. The last 3 years have been really tough for swing traders as far as structure goes, because you're getting 3 wave structures in both directions. You're not getting a standard setup. And so when you don't get standard setups, it does make it more challenging. John had the same problem with Thinkorswim and had to reboot his computer. Well, that stinks because I'm live streaming. So that'll be a little tougher for me to do. But my app is working, so I'll try to work out of the app, even though that is a really pain in the butt to do. We'll make it work. The problem I found is that you can get a buy signal that I entered, then it disappears quite often, stopping you out. When you do your post daily summary, these are never mentioned. So, Jeff, that is true. You can get buy signals and sell signals that disappear. I can't talk about trades that aren't on the chart because we have winning trades like that too. So what will happen is you'll get a buy signal. Let's say you get a buy signal in this bar 1 right now, and it does this, and we get a win. And then in the same bar, all of this happens. In the same bar, they do this. They spike it back down, and we get stopped out. Well, I don't talk about those wins either because they are they're not on the chart. So I can't tell you that I had a winning trade here when you don't see it, because that's not fair to you for me to claim a win, and it's really hard to explain losses that way too. But in the overall big scheme of things, if you're following the rules, the indicator is a extremely successful trading tool. But I understand what you're saying. We take it as soon as it appears. So as soon as you see a buy signal, we take it, or a sell signal. Because very often what happens is the move is sharp. So you come down, let's say you're coming down into the pre-market low here. You tag it and it starts to reverse. You get the buy signal. Well, if you wait till it closes, it can reverse all the way to here. And then you get long and you've already missed half the move or most of the move. So we take it as soon as it hits down here, so that when it's up here at the close of that 1 bar, that's a winning trade. And then maybe they do this, or maybe they do, whatever they do, it doesn't matter. But we do take it as soon as it appears. And that's just part of it. You have to understand that losing is part of trading and winning is part of trading. You're going to have winning streaks You're going to have losing streaks, and it's why capital management is so important. People want to bet all their money on a single trade, and it's insanity. That is insane. Do people get lucky and get rich in the stock market overnight? Sure, of course. Those people will probably end up broke also. You have to understand that getting rich quick is either you have done something extremely different, like a Mark Zuckerberg, where you built an complete, and that wasn't a get rich quick thing. It took him years to get to where he was. But you've built something that can sell like crazy. Or you hit a miracle thing at the casino, or you bought the right stock at the right time and probably overbought it and got lucky. But getting rich quick is not how this works. This is not a scam. This is not a promise of Ferraris and mansions and all that bullshit. This is trading. This is investing. This is how it works. And the successful ones understand that, and the losers don't. And the losers will try the indicator for 2 weeks, and it'll have a bad week, and they'll say, oh, it doesn't work. Or they won't follow the rules, and they'll put too much of their income in and say, I experienced big losses because of it. You should never experience big losses. Your trading should be 1 to 5% of your total capital on any given trade, and then you don't ever lose that full trade. So you're losing, less than 1% to less than 5% of that of your overall capital on any one given trade. And I've just documented for over a year, that if you follow the rules and you use this indicator, we made 37% on our money last year. Let me see if I still have that up somewhere. Yeah. So ignore 2025. These are not updated yet. I'm in the middle of updating 2025. So ignore 2025. But you can see we had losing months. November was brutal. It was just a bad month. Shit happens sometimes. This is low volume trading in November because of the holidays, and December as well. And low volume trading is hard for price action because it sees low volume at support, and it says, oh, they're not going to break support. It's low volume. So it gets in a trade. So the volume kind of messes with it there. But $35,000 on a $100,000 account last year, that's 35% on your money. And you have good months, $10,000 right here. You have average months, $1,000, $2,000, $8,000, $7,000. 3 losing months, 9 winning months, 35% on your money. If you can find a better investment than that, then by all means do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But 35% on a year on your money is really hard to get. Jeff Craighill, you also have to understand my YouTube videos are advertisements. While there is value given in them, the whole point of them is to bring in new users to the community so that they can understand how to trade successfully and beat the market. I think I would be more interested in the swing trading than day trading. What is the average time period and typical return? So that's up to you. And what I mean by that is the swing trades, I use the weekly chart. So generally you're going to go out a few months on those, if not more, 3 to 6 months, depending on your expected risk tolerance and return. That's kind of how you have to build that out. And the return is up to you. If you're happy with a 20% return, then you can do that. If you're happy with 50, you can set up your trades that way. All of the risk reward and everything, though, that's taught really well in my TradeWaves Academy class on how to set all that up. But that's up to your trading tolerance, your risk tolerance, your overall capital, everything that you're putting into a trade. I can't speak to any individual trader's return and what that should look like, because your risk tolerance, your idea of what is good and bad has to match. So every trader is different in that way of, I'm not going to be able to say, here's a blanket statement of what is a good return. As far as an average return, most of the weekly moves see, and this is not an options return, this is a return on the stock itself, see a minimum of 10% moves in the stock. but sometimes you see like Tesla the other day was 25, was 400 down to 300 or 250% actually. 50% on Tesla, and that's just a drop in the stock. If you had options, you probably made 10,000%. So the return is just dependent on how you trade it. If you're a buy and hold seller, if you're a hedger, like let's say you had Tesla long and it was at 400, so you bought options against it. I mean, there's so many different ways to trade and do that I can't give you a blanket statement like that. It just depends on how you want to trade. So we'll be looking for a buy signal now. We have likely run through a sell cycle here. So we'll be looking for a long signal at some point. I'd really like to get it down here at the pre-market low. That's a really good place to get it. But they don't have to come all the way down to there. They can come down a little above that. They can come, right now they're in a pretty good support region if you look across here. This is just, and it's a high volume level as well. So this level rejected several times overnight, and then they finally broke through. So now they're back testing it. So if they back test and hold here, we should look for a buy signal. Your swing trades follow this 1 to 5% capital rule? Yes. You can go a little more. I mean, that's up to your risk tolerance, but you shouldn't be any more than 7% ever on a single trade. And buy and hold is totally different, by the way. If you're doing buy and hold, you can go bigger on the amount of, a singular stock that you own because the volatility isn't nearly as high as it is in options. So keep that in mind as well. Again, taught in capital management in the TradeWaves Academy course. Jeffrey asks an important question. The indicator repaint signals so the back tests are flawed. You can't just show the signals that end up being correct. You have to show all the signals. Well, so Gary, yes, I do show all the signals that print. And it starts to tell you a trade is ready when a trade is ready. I just showed you the year results of the trades. So that's every single trade, win or lose. Every signal that appears, win or lose. That's every one of them. I showed you every one of them. I think you should make the signals appear at bar close, or that's not how it works. You can disagree with how the signals appear. You can't disagree with the results. And that's all I care about is the results. And I show all of the trades, every single one of them, on that spreadsheet. If you go through, here's every trade of every month we've ever had. Whether that includes everyone that repainted or disappeared or everything else. I document every single one of them. So the summary tells you every single trade that did or did not appear. So these are the actual results of every single trade. They are going to appear and disappear, and you take them when they appear because you want to get in as soon as possible on a trade. AMD worked well for a swing. It's worked well for the last 5 swings. I mean, I had a loser in there, but 4 of them were huge. Yeah, you can do a 1 minute time frame. That's no problem. I think 1 minute time frames are totally useless, but I mean, the indicator's on every single time frame on the chart. This is and this is no offense to anybody, this is the issue with traders that don't understand trading. You trade the trade setup that comes in. And whether it comes in and goes away, that's what, if these indications weren't on the chart, you would trade the high volume level, get in the trade when the buy signal appears, and then if it does this, you still lose the trade. So whether you have the indicator or not, you still take a good trade. Losing trades done properly are good trades. That's what people don't understand. You trade setups. You don't trade results. Setups are what you trade, and it's very important to understand that concept, because trading results is, oh, well, you should have taken a long there. Yeah, of course, afterwards, anybody can say that. You should have taken a short there, whatever. You trade the setup that works 80% of the time, 70% of the time, whatever it is. You trade that setup. And as long as you do that, those are good trades, win or lose. If you play poker, it's just like having aces. If somebody goes all in pre-flop and you have aces, you go all in with those aces every single time, and you may lose to somebody who catches a set or a straight or a flush or whatever. But it was the right play to go all in with aces pre-flop. You had the right setup. What people don't understand is that winning trading can also have 20 straight losing trades. Because think about flipping a coin. If you flip a coin, the odds are 50-50, right? Heads or tails. You have two choices. That doesn't mean you can't flip a coin and get heads 20 times in a row, or roll a roulette ball and see red 20 times in a row. I've seen it in casinos a million times where the roulette wheel previous numbers are all red. Doesn't mean the odds have changed. It just means that you might get 20 blacks in a row one time at a different time. You have to be able to withstand the swings of trading, the losing streaks and the winning streaks, because there are going to be those. Winning streaks are a problem for people because they get too euphoric and they put too much money in. Losing streaks are a problem for people because they either think things don't work, or they get too sad, or they chase, or they double down, or they do a million different things. There are problems with both winning and losing streaks because mindset is the most important thing you can have in trading, and it's not close. People think that setups and price action is the most important thing. It's very important, but it's not even close to mindset. Not even close. Because emotion makes you make the worst decisions possible. Oh, I'm in love with a girl. I'm going to go buy a giant ring. I've dated her for 2 days. Oh, good decision, buddy. Oh, the girl broke up with me. I'm going to call her and scream at her and all of her family and make sure that I never get to talk to her again. Good decision. The difference between winning traders and losing traders is setups and mindset. That is it. That is the end of the story. Losing traders can have great setups, but with the wrong mindset will still be losing traders. And they can have a great mindset, but have no idea how to trade. You have to have both. Hi, Jacob. It's not showing the results from your spreadsheet on the screen. Oh, it's not? Let me put it back up there one more time. You guys don't see that, huh? I don't know. I'm looking at the live stream. It's not showing up. Wonder if I need to. Interesting. Well, I'm not sure why it's not showing that. My apologies, guys. I'll be honest, I'm not super tech. I know some tech, but especially with YouTube, I know how to do my videos and stuff, but when this kind of thing, I'm not sure how to get the What if I can do it just in a weird way? Let me try something here, guys. There we go. Okay. So I'll just paste it on here for a second so you can see. So that's the year right there. 3,000, 4,000, small losing month, 10,000, 1,000, 2. Consistency is the key. That is the key. Everybody thinks you need to make 10,000 a month, and you can if you trade more contracts, but you also have to have the bankroll for that. This is based on a 100K account, 25 contracts per trade, and that is what the so 100K, 35.5% return on investment. XME is on a swing buy. There you go. If you guys are interested. Well, it's got to close the week, though. Unless it's from last week. So we've identified our levels. We know that the 21 and VWAP are going to be resistance. We know that right now 574, our high volume level here, that's going to be our support. So they hit support, ran it into resistance, taking it back down to support. We'll see if we can get some kind of either breakout, breakdown, whatever. Our next level of support, again, the pre-market low here at 573. Basically, it's 572.98, but let's call it 573 for easy numbers. I'm trying to understand your yearly results. These are trades you've manually taken or trades you've backtested. My question is, how much of your trades was discretion or you blindly took all the signals? So I would say 95% of the trades are blindly taking the signal. There are times that I put a trade in myself or I don't take a trade myself, and I tell the group why. For instance, 3 strikes and you're out. So the rules, like yesterday, three strikes and you're out on trend days. We're not going to try to find a reversal on a day that's doing this. So if you get a loss, and a loss on 3 trying to counter trend, you don't trade any more signals that come up. So are there some signals that would come up in your back test that didn't get taken? Yes. Does your and here's the thing about back testing. You can't back test that and understand what the winning trade is. I mean, you can go back and say, okay, this was an okay trade, this was not, but you don't have the options prices. You don't have the entry points and exit points. So you're not sure exactly, because of where you see the repaint works both ways. When I get in here and the bar disappears and we get a loss, okay, well, that happens. When I get in here and we get a win, well, the person who waited for this bar to close wouldn't have gotten this win. So the back test is inaccurate in that way. And that's not a back test, what you see on the screen. That is actual 100% trades for an entire year, and those are the results. And your back test probably doesn't factor in taking 20% wins and letting winners run. It doesn't factor in the stops. It doesn't, I mean, it could factor in the stops. But as far as the wins and stuff and the win rate and the risk reward, just saying you won 7 and lost 7, you realize that there are traders out there who go 3 and 7 on trades and make money because they're looking for absolute bottoms or absolute tops. And when they hit, they're hitting for 500 points. And when they lose, they're losing for 50 points or 40 points or whatever. It doesn't matter the amount of trades you win. It matters your risk reward and your trade setup. If my risk reward is 5 to 1, in other words, when I make my trade correct, I'm going to win 5 times my money, and when I make it wrong, I'm going to lose 1 times my money. That means I only got to be right 1 out of 6 times to make or to break even. I guess 1 out of 5 times, sorry. So wins and losses are an irrelevant factor in trading to anyone who understands trading. Because if your wins are $2,000 and your losses are $500, you don't have to win more than you lose to make money on that. I'm wondering if a total newbie would be able to blindly use this indicator successfully. 100%. That's the whole point. This is built for all traders, but especially traders that are noobs. There's a clear set of rules. There's a stop, there's a take profit, there is, I think it's pretty simple to use. That's the whole point of it. It combines about 150 different indications of price, so that you don't have to look at 40 charts, 40 time frames, 40 key levels. You don't have to look at anything but this and wait and trade. Takes emotion out of the game. I 100% think a newbie would be able to use this successfully. In fact, several have. I have tons of people that said, I've never day traded before, and this is incredible. I have about 700 traders in my live room and about 300 people using the indicator, and the feedback is overwhelmingly positive. Now, if they're a total newbie to options, that's a different story. They have to learn options. But if they're just a total newbie to day trading or using an indicator, then yeah, of course. All right, let's see here. Okay, so there's our buy signal. We're going to get in at 575 for $1.14. 575 for one. I got to write this down because I don't have my screen's up. Our stop is going to be 574.25. They are going to have to get through resistance here. Now see here, the buy signal has gone away for now. And we'll see how that plays out. It may be a losing trade, but it'll be documented as a trade in our trades. So the overall results that I show as far as the spreadsheet include all of these types of things. Will your trading system and indicator work for futures like XSP? The answer is yes, it works for everything. Now, what I would say is if you're going to swing trade and day trade, you should be trading stocks that move. So, for instance, like a P&G is not a great stock for day and swing trading in most cases. It's a very established dividend company that's going to trade more sideways and be more choppy. So you should be looking for liquid stocks that have high volume trading on them, high volume option contracts, liquidity, the ability to get in and out of contracts at reasonable prices that don't have incredibly bad spreads, things like that. Those are all important things to consider. Okay, so our first take we're looking for is going to be at 136. That's 20%. We're not quite there yet. We need to get through the 21 here and then press, and we should get close. Got a little bit of resistance right here from where they won the 21 and where they back tested it before, but get through that and we should be on our way back to the at least the pre-market high. Jerks, they got within 2 cents of it there. And guys, this is the key to good trading. It's hard to see because it overlaps, but this is a high volume level in HVL. We got in right off of that HVL. We are trying to get through this resistance. You didn't have a ton of room here back to VWAP in the 21, so that part of it sucks. Not in a way that we can't win the trade, obviously. They're trying to push through it here. It just makes it a little tougher when you have resistance right on top of your support because the range has been so small. But taking a trade off of a high volume support level is good trading, regardless of whether this trade wins or not. Okay, there's our first take at 136. This is a secondary issue with traders that don't understand trading. And please understand that I'm not like saying that in a knocking way. I'm just trying to clarify who, the trade newbies, the traders I'm speaking about. They want to get to their destination with their full stack, meaning they open their trade here. Sorry, we are going to set our stops at let's set them at 110. We never let a good trade go bad. Let me do that real quick before we go into the lesson, because we are still trying to get through support, and this can easily reject here. So we'll keep it at 110 for now. Sorry, so the difference is they want to get their full stack all the way to the target. So right now the main target would be the pre-market high once we get through this little resistance right here, which is going to be around 576. Well, if you're trying to get your whole stack there and it never gets there and fails, you turn a winning trade into a losing trade, and we never want to do that. You want to take some off. And what happens is, since our stop is where it is, so you have your stop and you have your first win, and these two cancel out most of the time. So if you go 50-50 on trades, the first take is going to cancel out a lot of your stop so that your negative is basically eliminated. And then what you get is all of your runners is profit. Now I usually keep about a 50-cent trailing stop as we go up here. And because you want to let them have time and a space to pull back, because they're not just going to go straight up every time. There's going to be pullbacks, for instance, like this one. But in essence, by the way, this is the whole point of the trading indicator. You have a high volume level at 576. Now, I get it. This is pre-market. We did not have this trade. But the indicator said, hey, 576 is an area that should fail. And they took it down to the high volume support at 574. And it said, hey, this is an area we should succeed. And it gave you a trade back off of that level right at the lows. I mean, that's exactly what you're looking for in trading, is trading off of good support and resistance and making sure you have the makings of that kind of good trade setup. And you might say, oh, you only got, if we get stopped out 10% on this trade, 10% on your money on each trade adds up. You got to remember that compounds. This trade might be 10%, the next trade might be 10%, the next one might be 10%, but overall on the day, that's 25, 30% on our money, just depending on, the sizing of the overall options. That all adds up. And then when you get the breakouts, those just crush. Those are, incredible. I'm out. Got my 5 ES points. We'll come back later. Thanks for an amazing indicator. Wall Street Hermes. I love you, Hermes. You're awesome. And anybody who questions that I'm trying to do anything but help traders succeed has not been in my room for a single minute. All I ever do is try to help these guys make money, and ladies. I have plenty of ladies in there as well. ladies and gentlemen, make money, and improve their lives. That's all I care about. Do I care about my business? Of course I do. I'm a businessman. I run a business. But overall, that business can't succeed without winning traders and without people who have changed their trading lives because they've joined our room. I've had lots of people leave my room and send me an email and say, "Thank you so much. You've taught me so much that I can do this on my own now." But I had one guy say, "I stayed a year and paid an extra year of fees just because I appreciated it so much, but I had learned how to trade because of you." That's all I care about. That's the greatest email you can send me, is that you learned how to trade and changed your life for the better because of something I did. That makes me so happy. So now we have no risk, we have no emotion, we just have cheer for green bars. So hopefully they can hold here and push, but kind of a slow moving day, honestly. Volatility has really died down since we've gotten into positive gamma, which is what you would expect. I mean, that's just how trading goes. Now it's just the slow grind higher. Here, I'm going to be one of those guys that does that. Those things that kind of make me laugh sometimes. Guys, if you got a winning trade out there, come on, smash that like button. This is great. Everybody's making a little money here. Smash that like button. That stuff cracks me up. I would appreciate the like, though, on the video for a winning trade. All right, let's get a squeeze going here. They should be able to come back to this breakdown bar right here. So this is going to be our next area where we look to take profit, 575.88. About another 40 cents higher, so probably about 160 or so will be price on the option. I always crack up. There's a guy who's a good trader on YouTube. I won't mention his name because he is a good trader. I know his community is good. I've talked to people who are in it. But I love that his thumbnails say this could result in 5,500% tomorrow. Okay. Those thumbnails crack me up. NQ right at the 200. Probably. Well, ES and NQ were both below it yesterday. Let's go look real quick while we're watching. SMAs. No, the 200 on the NQs up here around 29, 22. Unless you're talking about the Qs. The Qs are, but the NQ itself is not. Jacob, do you ever look at level 2? You're going to have to be more specific on that one for sure. I'm not sure what that is. If, and this is a very, very big if, this is a high volume level right here. We are at the 200 on the SPY and the SPX and the Qs. If they can pop through the pre-market high, this can absolutely scream to 580 pretty quick. Thanks, Michael. Love it. Welcome, George. Welcome, John. Welcome, Charles. My NQ1 showing at 20,429 using daily SMAs on other time frames, though maybe it's weird. It can depend on if you're using B adjusted or not. So on futures, down here you have the B adjusted that for contract rolls everything up. So it could be different in that way. I'm not sure why you're seeing a different one though. So this level right here, this again 575.92 is where we're expecting them to get around before the next rejection point. Looking for probably, like I said, about 160 on that on price. Let's go ahead and move just our stops a few pennies here. We're going to move it up to 114 to make it a break even on the backside. So it's a 10% winner overall. We do have, well, now I see what's happening. So we do have this bar right here at 575, and that's the high of the day so far. So this is going to be our first rejection point right here. I missed that spike. This one was pre-market. That'll be a next rejection point. But getting through the high of the day, the printed high of the day, will be a little bit of a resistance there. I did not catch that when I was looking. Doing a lot of things at once. Turned out to be a nice trade. It's okay so far. I mean, it's a standard baseline win so far. Nothing to write home about, but certainly isn't bad and definitely adds up and is what we use to cancel out any losing trades. Oh, you guys don't need to see that. My Thinkorswim finally came up. I got to get my stupid password for it. Okay, back testing the 21 here. We'll see if they can hold 21 VWAP area. They should be, if they're going to stay bullish, they should want to hold this area. And there they go. And listen, there are a lot of people who are more conservative than me and a lot of people who are more aggressive than me, and both can be successful trading styles. You don't have to trade exactly like I trade. I've just proven that my style works and proven it over time. So that's what works for me. If something else works for you, that's fine. All right, if we can break through the high here, we'll go test. There it goes. Okay, I'm going to close another half here at 155. I'm not going to step over pennies to pick up, step over dollars to pick up pennies, is what I'm trying to say. So we'll close another half here at 155. We are approaching the top of that breakdown bar, and they don't have to get all the way up there. So we want to make sure that we don't miss a chance to take that profit. Okay. Now we got to see if we can break through here. If they break through this high volume level, the squeeze can be on, but this will be a tough one to get through, which is why we took some profit here. And then we'll let the last part run. All right. Finally have Thinkorswim up. Yay. That was an annoying morning for that. Where did they reject? Exactly the top of this breakdown bar. Small rejection so far. They haven't fully rejected, but that's where you start to see the turn down. And what happens is people assume they're going to get through. They don't take any profit here. And then this continues to the downside, and then they panic, and then they let it run too far, and they stop out, and they turn it into a losing trade. We have no fear of anything right now. We're going to take home money. We're going to have a winning trade. And it doesn't matter if it goes straight down and makes a new low. That's the that is the beauty of taking emotion out of trading, is you can't make emotional decisions. Level 2 is the entire order book on Thinkorswim. No, I actually use MentorQ. You can see it on my screen right here. Their levels are the best, in my opinion, for the order books and stuff, and tell me where the levels are. That's how I know where these high volume levels are, where these GEX levels are, where the call walls are. All of that is from MentorQ. It's a really great, sorry, I didn't mean to minimize that. MentorQ right here, gamma levels. It's a really great trading tool. Understanding options and gamma levels is the key to understanding key levels in the market day to day and week to week. The market has become driven by options more than buy and hold now. And so that's what I use for that. Do you do EW on gold? Would any of my members like to tell him my view on gold and the EW we've done on gold? We got into gold over a year ago. We moved out of the SPX. We got into gold, which is far outperforming. Sorry, I asked my members to say it, and then I'm going to say it. It's far outperforming the SPX this year. It outperformed it last year. The risk in the SPX is extraordinarily high, and we were ready for the breakout in gold, precious metals. I turned all my people away from the SPX and into that, and it's been wildly successful. We manage our 401ks very aggressively, where we try not to. Of course, everyone experiences losses. Where we don't experience big time losses in our 401ks, when everybody took the haircut at COVID, I was on the sidelines waiting. Now, granted, I was on the sidelines at a little over 3,000 and the market went up to 3,300, but then it went down to 2,600 and I rebought there, or 2,200, sorry. I rebought at 26 on the bounce. All right, let's see if they can break through here and start the makings of a trend day. How do you know it's a trend day? Well, one, they got to be above or below the 21 moving average in VWAP. So if it's going to be a trend up, obviously above. If it's going to be a trend down, obviously below. Next step is they have to break out over the pre-market high for a trend day up, the pre-market low, which is down here, for the trend day down. And then they have to sustain that break, and then all back tests need to hold the 21 in VWAP. So for instance, yesterday, while we wait here, they broke out, broke over the pre-market high, came back, tested the 21, held, came back, tested the 21, held, came back, tested the 21, held, came back, tested the 21. You get the point. Until here, and then later in the day, they started to finally break down before finishing on the highs. So trend days are identifiable, and you don't want to trade against them. So once you start to see a trend form, you should be a little more cautious with your shorts. That doesn't mean you don't take them, because, you know, this short paid really well yesterday. But that actual short I didn't take. That was not part of my trades, because 3 strikes and you're out. We had 3 trades earlier. It just wasn't a conducive day for day trading when the market just kind of goes up and doesn't really give you any bi-directional trading or two-way trading. Price just hit 160 on that option. I said it probably would, but we took 155 because, again, you know, 5 cents on 25 contracts, not going to be that big a deal when if I get stopped out, I'm going to lose 40 cents on 25 contracts. So I'll take the 155 and miss the potential 5 cents there. And that's, you got to be, you know, you got to understand a little bit of risk reward. My reward was going to be 5 more cents. My risk was 40 cents. That's not a very good risk reward. So I wanted to go ahead and just take profit there. Good morning. My daughter's coming in to say bye for school. How are you?
Good. I'm sorry you didn't come in and say good morning to you.
That's okay. You going to have a good day at school?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Hi.
Bye, girl. I love you.
Bye, Dad. Love you.
All right, pressing on the pre-market high here. Let's see if they can push through. Okay, we're going to move our stops up to 125. This is a pretty good rejection point, so we want to start moving our profit levels up. If they get through, we can continue to move it up, but if they don't, then we lock in a little bit more profit. So this is why I gave the Trade Waves Academy for 50% off, by the way. These are things that help you understand how to maximize your gains instead of not knowing where to take profits or how, or you know, being a little bit lost once the indicator gets into the winning zone of what to do. All of that's taught in Trade Waves Academy, and you get it for 50% off with the if you get the yearly indicator. pretty nice to find a buy signal and watch it go straight up. That's a fun day. How's baby Link? Must be a big boy now. He's getting there. He's starting to try to walk. He's got his little thing that he stands up and pushes. It holds him up, and he eats nonstop. I was a huge baby. All you ladies out there are gonna hate hearing that I was an 11-pound, 6-ounce baby. So he's a big boy. Is the 21 SMA or EMA? It is EMA. And listen, some people use the 20 instead of the 21. I was taught on the 21 and I've learned on the 21. I've always used it my whole life. The difference isn't that big, but the 3-week moving average is what I was taught on. 20 is a round number. I think you're 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Remember, guys, 10% off of the yearly indicator right now with the code on the screen. Make sure you put that in and see it. I never discount the yearly, but because Kentucky made the second round of the tournament for the first time in 6 years, I decided I'd be generous. So as long as Kentucky's still in, if they get through this weekend, we'll do it again next week. Probably still live trade next week, but probably won't have 10% off the indicator unless Kentucky's in the Final Four, and that would be amazing. So that makes all of you Cats fans. All right. Here goes price through the high volume level. That's a good sign. We're over the pre-market high. Now we have to sustain. So what we're looking for now is you're looking for a little bit more of an extension, a back test and hold, and then continuation. Do you do individual stocks? So the indicator does. In my room, we don't. We do the NASDAQ and the ES, and more accurately, the SPY and the Qs, because I don't trade futures. But PT trades futures and individual stocks. And PT has been on an absolute tear. He is an incredibly smart trader. He actually worked for Kramer on Wall Street and has been around for a long time. Really smart guy, incredibly smart. And trades a totally different way than I do, which speaks to which speaks to how that you can trade a million different ways and be successful. It's all about good setups and mindset, and understanding what your good setups are. If you're trading a totally different way, for instance, his income trading method is a totally different method than others and can only be used on certain days, then that's a successful trading style. So there's a lot of different ways to trade that are successful. Where is the script on trading you for the GEX levels? You have to be a member of MentorQ. So if I had an affiliate code, guys, I'd give it to you. It's an awesome site, but they don't run an affiliate program to give. Most people run an affiliate program so that you can get a discount and I can get a discount, or I can get a rebate or whatever. They don't have one, so I don't have any codes for you. Unfortunately, you have to pay their price full. But it's MentorQ. And then once you get their subscription, you can go load it on TradingView. One question to the big picture in the ending diagonal starting in 2020. I think blue circle 3 is the shortest wave, shorter than blue circle 1 and 4. Is that possible? It is actually not the shortest wave. No, it is not possible. 3 can never be the shortest wave on any structure. Okay, we're going to move our stops up to 135. Update my room real quick. All right, if you didn't quote unquote smash that like button before, how about now? Catching the bottom of an absolute ripper here. Um, it's slow, so you're not getting the high volume or high volatility run you would on a big volatility day, but you're still, our stops are now 20% winners. So we're guaranteed to make more than 20% on this trade, and as long as they keep running here, we'll keep moving it up. Does the indicator work on Think or Swim? It does not. It's only on TradingView, and excuse me. The reason for that is TradingView is the only one I found so far that protects the code of these indicators. So I don't want to put my script out there on that I wrote and worked very hard on Thinkorswim for people just to take. So no, I can't do that. Can I do twice the thumbs up? I guess if you log in from a different account. Can you provide a link to MentorQ website? I think it's just mentorq.com. I think. Yeah, mentorq.com. All right, they're kind of back testing the breakout here. I would have liked to have seen them break out a little higher before back testing, but no big deal. I mean, they can still hold here and push higher. I would have liked to seen maybe up in here and then a back test before continuation. But again, there's no right or wrong way to do it, just as long as they come back. But you would want to see them, for a true back test, you'd want to see them come a little higher and then back test. I do appreciate all of you being here. I know that sitting around watching bars go up and down isn't always the most fun thing that's ever happened. But that's what traders do. So if they fail here, this would be considered a failed breakout. So you have them come up to the pre-market high, try to get through. Should they fail back below, I would say this level here at 575.37 and the 21, they could still hold VWAP, but it becomes a failed breakout, and very often they come back and test this low, if not lower. So you could look for a reversal in that way if they fail here. They have to fail. But if they fail to break out here, it would be a failed breakout, which usually results in a retest of the lows. All right, there's a continued breakout. Sorry, guys, had to have to do my job as well, so I had to do an Instagram reel. Go like me on Instagram, by the way, if you haven't, and follow. From time to time, I do sales on there that nobody sees because nobody follows me on Instagram because I'm on YouTube. So if you want to go follow me on Instagram, I do put out content over there as well. So go check that out if you got nothing to do right now while you're collecting money on this trade. Okay, we are going to move our stops up to 145 here. Good morning, JG. Are you doing this daily? I am not doing it daily. I'm doing it once a week right now through March, and then we'll see, if it's popular and people want me to continue to do it once a week, I will. But no, I don't do it daily. In my opinion, Mag 7 has taken a little longer to take off compared to ES or NQ. Is this rebound? What do you think about that? Is it bullish or bearish? So you're seeing island reversals on a lot of places, including the SPX and some of the Mag 7 as well. And those are usually really, if they follow through, they got to follow through. If they do, they're usually really powerful. You also saw a completely oversold market that is turning up and bullish in general as a broad market. You saw breadth increase a ton last week. You've seen options change completely. The money movement and the dark pool money has come in to support buying. And so I would say that the Mag 7 is probably going to catch up real quick if this is going to be a bull move. It can certainly be a temporary B wave bounce and then lower. We still have to determine that. So just keep all those things in mind. When you're dead certain the market is going to go lower, and last week I was um, pretty confident we were going to bounce for all the reasons I just listed. There are more the reasons than just market structure, fear, and greed that make the market go up or down, and you need to know all of them. Are the TradeWaves Academy modules included in the sub to Invest with Jacob and Throne Room? They are not. And the only reason they're not, all the other training material is included with that sub, the beginners and advanced course. But that was a live course that, it wasn't just me sitting down and shooting a few videos of training. It was going through 2 hours of live training, answering questions, a lot of in-depth, heavy work that went into that. So it's different when I have to do that kind of work instead of just, like the beginners and advanced course is just me doing videos. It's not live. So the difference there is that because it was a live course and because it took so much extra time, it was not considered part of the subscription. And just so you guys know, the live course was $997. And we had plenty of students in it that did amazing, learned a lot of stuff. And you can get it right now for about $250, which is 1/4 of that price. If you get the yearly indicator, I'll give you a coupon code for that. So you can get the yearly indicator at 10% off, which is actually like, 3 payments of the year off. Not 30%, but it's probably like 25%. And you can get TradeWaves Academy at 50% off together. So to me, that's an incredible deal because it gives you the foundation on how to trade as well as takes all of that foundation and gives it to you in an indicator form so you can see it happening in real time. But if you've been paying attention on these videos, I've told you exactly where the market should be finding support and resistance before we got there. I said we should find support back here at this high volume level. We should see resistance at this breakdown bar right here. We saw both. So all of those things and how to know where and when, on what time frames and what kind of, stops to put in, all that kind of stuff is in there. I mean, it's TradeWaves Academy is not Elliott Wave. There's a little bit of some Elliott Wave concepts in it, but because the beginners and advanced course cover all of Elliott Wave, that is completely about all of the soup to nuts of trading that you need, start to finish. And then, of course, you get Elliott Wave stuff with it as well, included for free. Okay, we are approaching our stop. Let's see if we get stopped here. Try and hold on. Ooh. I think we're probably on our way to a stop out here, but we'll let them try. There's been lots of times we've been saved by a couple pennies before. We might get saved by a couple pennies here. There they go. Awesome, Johnny. That's great. By the way, if you've signed up for the indicator, I've seen a few come through here. Thank you, first of all. That's awesome. If you've signed up for the rooms, thank you. That's awesome. I really appreciate all of it. But also, please wait till give me about an hour after the live stream, and you'll have access to whatever you purchased. I do have to go in and give you permissions for whatever you got, and I can't really do that while I'm doing this. So as of right now, hang in there. We'll be on this together, and when the live stream's over, you'll have access. Keith asked if it's possible to turn off the ads during the live stream. Maybe. I think in the setup maybe somewhere I can do that. If it, I didn't realize they rolled them during. I thought they did just when you signed up to like watch it and get into the live stream itself. I knew they ran them then, but I didn't know they interrupted you for mid roll. So price will never get too far away from the 21. On either side, it will always wait or come back and test. So there's two ways that the 21 catches up. The first way is they get above it, and then they just straight come back to it and then continue. They don't have to hold. I'm just saying they will come back to it and continue or just break through. But anyway, that's one way they get back to the 21. The second way is kind of what they're doing now, where they go up and then they consolidate for a little bit and let 21 come up to them. So they don't ever really have to pull back, and they still never get too far from the 21. So you either see consolidation or you see just a spike down in reversal. But they are going to come back to the 21 one way or another, or let the 21 catch up before they make their next acceleration. I can definitely see how your indicator and system could help me maximize my gains. The only hang up is I haven't used TradingView. Daniel, if you sign up for the indicator, there is a link on the, so after you sign up, there's a link on the page with all the instructions for TradingView that will give you a discount for TradingView so that you can get your plan cheaper. Full disclosure, I also get money for that, but you get a cheaper plan. So we both get to have a benefit from it. So make sure you take advantage of that so that you can get your plan cheaper. And of course, that does help me out. I don't pretend to hide from those things. The other thing I will say about that, you will never see me promote anything that I don't use. I get emails probably 5 times a day about people wanting to run ads on my channel or want me to say, hey, check out Jimmy's trading service, blah, blah, blah. No, thank you. I won't just, I'm not here to whore for money. I am here to help traders trade well. And if I have something that I believe in, I love TradingView. It's what I've always used. So it's a product I would definitely recommend. I like Thinkorswim for other reasons. I use that as well. But you'll never hear me talk about a product and say to use it if I am personally not using it myself or have used it. There are things that I've learned, there are products that I've used to learn or get training that I no longer use because I don't need them anymore that I'd still recommend. But I've definitely used anything I've ever talked about and give you a firsthand recommendation. I could care less about promoting some BS thing for, a couple bucks here and there when that's not where, that adds no value to my customer base to me. I realize that there are plenty of trading scammers out there, and I'll call them POSs, that give this whole industry a bad name. It's one of the reasons I started doing what I did, because there were so many a-holes out there. And, back in my younger days, I was uh, duped by one or two of them. And I said, if I, get to a point where I know how to do this, I will change how this industry looks, at least from my standpoint. And if there's anything I care about, it's my traders. And I bristle at the. I will not lie. The trolls get me sometimes, because I bristle at being called a scammer, or uh, you know any of the other BS that they put in the comments. Sometimes I fight back against, because I said it last stream. I'll say it this one. That's something I'm proud of. I love my dad. He taught me to trade, and he always said, you got two things in life you control: your word and your credit. So keep your word, never screw people over, and protect your credit. And as I've gotten older, I see how valuable those things are. And especially in this day and age where most people don't protect those things. So if you ever feel like I've done you wrong, reach out to me, please. I will fix it. But I try not to. I defend my stuff. I bristle at those types of things, but I try very hard to protect my people. All right, we have a flag working here. If we can break out of the flag and really start to accelerate, this will squeeze, and 580 is a very real possibility. You have to break out first, then we'll probably see a back test. You'll probably see something like this. But 580 today is certainly not out of the realm of possibility if they can break out here. Please, if you guys have questions, ask them. Right now, we're just sitting watching bars go up and down, trying to give some training as we go through as well. Try to give you as much as I can while we're doing this, when it applies and makes sense. But I'm happy to answer questions about other things as well. So please ask them in the comments if you have them while we're waiting for them to get through this level. This level here, this high volume level, is going to be very key. If they fail here, you'll likely see a bigger pushback. Pullback, I should say. Sorry, not pushback. But if they succeed and get through this, that will turn into a squeeze. Because the reason it's high volume is because you have a whole bunch of puts and shorts sitting here, right? And you have a whole bunch of longs trying to push through. So what happens is either the shorts win, okay, and we start to see the move down, or a move down, not the move down, a move down, or the bulls win, and then all of these shorts that are sitting here, they have to turn into longs, so they will get stopped out, which is effectively buying the market, and then they will want to get long, so they have to buy the market again to get long, so that increases and accelerates, and that's where you get your squeeze from. Is there technical support available if you have a hard time setting this up? You're talking to it, Chris. Shoot me an email if you have issues. The videos explain it pretty clearly, but if you do have questions, there's no problem. Shoot me an email. I usually get back to you same day most of the time. Depends on what time of day. If it's after the market closes, it's hit or miss because that's my family time. So occasionally I check my phone and have time to get back to people, but it might be the next morning. But if it's during market hours, generally I'll get back to you the same day if you have questions. If you have issues with TradingView, obviously we have to go through their support, but should be pretty simple to overall set up. Anyone use the 1 minute chart to try to get a jump on the 5 minute day trades? I do not. I would actually be interested to see a side by side if the 1 minute chart, when it starts to have a buy or posts a buy, is when the 5 minute, starts to flash. I'm not 100% sure because I think the 1 minute chart personally is useless. Literally every other chart supersedes it because it's a bigger time frame. But I could see what you're trying to do there, and I don't know if it's a good or bad strategy. To be quite honest, I've never tested it. I can't speak to it at all. Ashwin, are you still on the live call? How do you transition from being a teacher to a full-time trader? It's the other way around. I was a full-time trader that transitioned into a teacher. But most of my life, so I coached Pee Wee football when I was younger. I coached basketball and baseball when I was younger. I was in corporate America when I was doing that. I was a trainer of people. So I've been in this kind of role for a lot of my life. And then once I was trading well enough, I stopped, working. And then I said, well, if I can do this full time, I can teach it to people to do full time. And so that's when I started what I was doing here because, like I said, back in the day, I said if I ever got good enough to do this, I would want to do it the right way where people are treated as people and not just thrown a trade. And if it loses, F you. And if it wins, oh, buy more stuff or whatever. I try very hard to explain every trade we make. Every swing trade, day trades, I don't need to explain. It's explained because the indicator said to trade it. Why we took the trade, what the factors were in taking that trade, so that I'm not just throwing out stuff and saying good luck. I'm trying to show you what I look at and what we've looked at to do that. And then, of course, in the courses, I show you how to actually do that. So those are all... so that is something that I transitioned the other way. It wasn't from teacher to full-time trader. It was full-time trader to teacher. An ABC move. C has 5 waves. This move has been straight up in C with no pivot test, although we have not hit the 1.0 minimum 3 for C target. Fair to say we need a higher high before a pullback. I think so personally. Fair to say, not necessarily, but the structure does look like it needs at least one more high. I was looking at 580 as the minimum target. So when I said 580 on ES, that was right before contract roll, and ES was basically the same price as SPX. It was like 5 points different, I think. And then, of course, you get contract rolls, so they're a lot different now. But it was right around the same price. So 580 on the 580 on the SPY and 5800 on the SPX would be the levels to target here. So you have two options here. We're getting a sell. You can flip, so you can close out and flip, or you can see if they, if it's a false sell. I tend to close and flip here. We're at a high volume level and they're starting to fail. So I am going to close out our long for, what are we at here? 153. And you don't have to close and flip. You can stay in the long if you believe they're going to break out. Our average exit, you're going to have to give me a minute for the math on that. 154 and 136 is 290. 145 is our average exit. And we are going to try to get a short here if we can, if I don't miss the entry. The only issue with the short is the 21. They got to get through that, so you don't have a lot of room here. But I don't know that I'm going to be able to be fast enough here. We're going to take 575 on the short side at 66 cents. So we're going to go cheap on this one. And our stop is going to be 576.25. So our first take is going to be 13 cents, which is 79, about 80 cents. So in this particular scenario, you have high volume low traded to the high volume high, right? They chopped. They have failed to break out here. And now if they follow through, we should be looking at a really strong follow through. So that's why we flip here and get short, because one, the indicator said we should sell, and two, we're coming off of an area that after yesterday's move, especially a range kind of day wouldn't be that shocking. So if they stay within the high volume levels for the whole day, I could definitely see that being normal after a big move yesterday, kind of consolidate and digest what happened. So we want to respect that part of the market and know that this failure level leads to bigger breakdowns back to this low. And so we can just run the exact same trade back down to the low. Hopefully, that's the idea. Now, if that idea pans out, it's to be determined, but that would be the idea. If they hold the 21 and take out this high, then much more likely we're heading to high volume level 3. So this will be a key support area right here. Is it possible to do trading view your indicator and trade on our phones? It's necessary to have a laptop or no, I use my phone all the time. How do I get the discount as I moved off the so the discount code's not on that page. It's something I have to send to you, but I saw your email. Ash, I assume you're Ashen, or what was the name? Sorry. The one who sent me the email, Ashwin. I will get that to you here after, as soon as we're done. So because we got the sell signal when we did, we would have stopped out on this move down either way, but we saved 8 cents by closing out of the trade. If you're looking at NQ, you're also up against the overhead trend line, connecting the spike high off the lows. I wasn't, but that's good to know. You always want to see sells accelerate. If sells are really slow, they tend to not be very good. So this is doing okay. I'd like to see it go a little faster, but it's trying to get through the 21. So if it can do that and accelerate into VWAP, that'd be perfect. That'd be another 40 cents lower, which would definitely give us our first take. So we'll see if they're able to do that or if they're going to hold and rocket back up. Most of the time, if you're looking, you'll see green goes grind, 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 grind. Red goes straight down. Grind, 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 straight down. Grind, 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 grind. So you're looking for acceleration on the downside. Otherwise, the bulls are just lowering price to stop out current longs, which is successful, and get people short so that they can squeeze them out and get through this level. So one of two things is getting ready to happen. The bulls have trapped enough people. They stopped longs and they got people short, and now they will accelerate back to the highs, squeeze them out, and be able to break through here. Or, so it's just a little liquidity break, just a small one, back testing the 21, or the bears are going to try to at least test VWAP, if not the lows. The ADD and the Vold is not super bullish, so that does kind of lend itself to either a range day or kind of a choppy day around this level. It's not what I would call a bullish internals, which is what you'd look for if you're going to try to break through a high volume level. So I do think a sell here is reasonable. I don't know that it will work, but it's reasonable. How does the indicator work with tick charts? Honestly, no clue. I've never used tick charts, so I can't speak to them. There's nothing wrong with using tick charts, I just never have. Certainly not loving the price action here. Again, you'd like to see the accelerate on the sells, so maybe they can do it here. They're trying to get through the 21, but we'd like to see them accelerate down and spike this real quick. That's what you'd like to see. Third test of the 21 here. Let's see if we can get through. Ashwin, yeah, I will send you that code as soon as we're done here, okay? All right, trying to get through here. Let's see if we can get a little bit of run. On NQ volume is close to pre-market levels. Buyers don't seem to be convinced. Um, it's midday. I mean, you're getting into the midday dulls, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty low volume if it's down to pre-market levels. All right. Let's see if we can get down to VWAP, get us a quick winner. They got to deal with these two little supports right here. So you have over here this little ledge at where we're at now, and then this little ledge here at about 575.26. If they can get through that, we should be looking at VWAP here, which is 575.27. We are right there. Just push on down. Super annoying. You do have a 21 that's starting to turn over a little bit, as well as a flattening VWAP, so that is indicative of either chop or the market wanting to push it down a little more. I'm going to go ahead and take here at 78. My target was 80. Again, 2 cents, guys. I'm not going to step over pennies to pick up, or dollars to pick up pennies. Where if they reject VWAP here, we get stopped out. So we're going to take half at 78, which is basically 20%. I was going for 80 because you round up, but they may still hit 80. But again, there's no sense in, for 2 pennies, turning this into a losing trade. So we'll do that, and then we'll set our stops. Since we already have a winner in the book, I'm going to go a little wider on my stop because 66 would be the break-even point. So we're going to go down to, or 66 was what we got in for, I should say. And you know, it's just not much of a stop, 12 cents. So we're going to go down to, let's see, we'll go down to 60 cents as our stop. That's basically break even on the trade. So we either break even or they'll accelerate to the downside, but take the emotion out of this one since we already have a winner on the board. Four more trading days in March. Could March end green? It's very possible. The back half of March seasonally is bullish into April. So it's very possible. I don't know how red are we in March. I honestly haven't looked. Let's see. 1 month. Whoa, that's way. No, probably not green in March. Sorry, I didn't realize we were so far down in March. 595. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibility, but I would say probably not. That would be my. I'd say 582 is where we're headed next. Then you're going to need a pullback, and then we'll see what happens after that. So we currently have a 27% winner on the board with our first trade. And minimum of break even here, a little better than that, but not, like basically break even. Okay, let's see if they can break down here. Pretty slow moving day overall. There's been one basically big move. We caught it. This move we caught. It's, a move. Certainly not anything to write home about yet. Obviously that can change, but for a slow moving day, it's nice to catch basically the bottom and ride it up. potentially catch the top and ride it down. My boss, would you come do overtime? Now I'm going to step over dollars to pick up pennies. That's funny. That is something, guys, that you just have to get in your mind that, hey, my target's 576. I'm not closing until they hit 576. Well, once they get to 575.95, you're a nickel away, and if they fail, you know the turn down can be fierce. That nickel is not gonna make you as much money as dodging that turn down will. Even if they don't turn down, you're gonna get the nickel on the other part of your runner, and you'll be fine anyway. But when you get the biggest reason is, especially today's a dull market, so it's really slow, which is why I have doubts about this short following through. Especially though when the market's moving fast, when they're moving fast into a big time level, if it's moving fast, once it gets there, it doesn't even have to get to that level. It just has to get near it to test it. It can do this in a heartbeat. And by the time you hit sell, it's all the way back up here at 570. You lost all of this retrace and you never took profit here. So take profit a little bit before your target. Because the bounces, especially when the market's moving fast, the bounces are fast and you will get left behind. I'm confused. If you can place trades on TradingView, why do you use a different platform like Thinkorswim? You have to integrate into TradingView, and I'll be honest with you, I like how I trade. I'm a creature of habit. You can certainly trade in TradingView if you want to. I know that they have that feature. I just don't use it. So it's a personal thing for me. VWAP is right at, so I talked about this support level at 575.30. I said if they break below that, it will likely be a failed breakdown where we come down and test at least here, if not the pre-market low. They're trying to break through now. That's where they're at. If they break down below this, VWAP has creeped up to that area, so they'd be below VWAP and this support right here. If they get below that, they can accelerate down into these lows here again. But the way this day's shaping out, I think you're very, very likely looking for something like this. You know, how high and low these spikes go, that's not the scale. I'm just saying you're likely looking at some kind of day like this. And one big way to tell things like that is options pricing. So right now, you know, at the money is 123 and we're just out of the money at 76 cents. That's telling you they're just not looking for a big move in the options market. Have I seen days like this where options pricing is like this and all of a sudden that 70-cent trade is a $4 trade? Yes, we've had them. We've been on those trades. But it's not often and it's not likely. So you just have to understand what the market's telling you. You always have to listen to the market. The market's talking to you literally all day long. Overnight, it's talking to you. So the market is talking to you and telling you its intentions if you'll just listen and look at what it's telling you. Those are all things, again, taught in TradeWaves Academy that are really important to understand when you're trading. You know, if you're loading up looking for a 20-point SPY move right now, which would be a 200-point day, that'd be crazy, but we've had them, you're going to be very disappointed. SPY is back to its opening print, correct, and that will be a key, because if it starts to turn below that, that will accelerate the down move. One, because you'll break support, and two, you know, there's so much. They opened at this support, so you have this support, the open, and VWAP all here. Breaking that should turn into a little bit of acceleration here. All right, let's move our stops up to 66 now. And gets us back to break even on a second half of the trade. It gives us, you know, it's a small stop loss, but the market's not moving crazily. So if they spike it back up that far, they're probably going to reverse. The next major line of defense is going to be this little bit of consolidation here at about 574.76. You had a spike into that level in the pre-market. You also had several spikes into that level when they were trying to find the low here. So that level, 574.76 or so, about 50 cents down from here would be our next target. And that would give us about a little over $1 take on 66 cents. So start. So that would be pretty good. We'll probably take some off there if they can get there. This could be just a spike of VWAP and reversal. They still have to follow through. So how do they come into support and resistance? They can do it three ways. So if we're talking about this HVL right here being our resistance, they can come up and hit it exactly and do this. They can come up just short of it. That's also testing it. And they can spike through to get all the shorts out, and then come short like this. So just because they move past VWAP, they close this bar past VWAP, doesn't mean VWAP is dead and they're going to accelerate down. It's an indication that they can, but it doesn't mean that a reversal here would not be uncommon at all. That's why when we got up here and they came back, I said I wanted to see them get further away. I wanted to see more of this, because this is not going to be a spike and reversal. More often, this is going to be a spike and hold. That's why I wanted to see higher here if they were going to break out. But now we're starting to look at a failed breakdown, so I do think we have a chance to come down and test these lows, if not this 574.75 area. There's a continuation. All right, let's go. Move on down here. Let's move our stops to, let's move them to 70. It's only 4 cents, but it does get us a little better spot. And then let's see where we're at here. Close another half for $1.02. Let's move our stops to 75. So we closed another half of our remaining position for $1.02 there. Not bad. 36 cents on 66 cents is pretty good. Anybody have any fun today? Slow moving fun, but it's fun. I like green. I get red, green, and blue dots. So if we go through the settings, these are the settings you want for the SPY, and then you need to point these at any. So if you go to an individual stock, let's say you want to go to Facebook, these two need to say Facebook. To change them, you just click on them and put Facebook in there. Style. Red and blue are the crossover and cross under alerts. I don't know why that's unclicked. Crossover and cross under alerts. These are going to be squeezes, but I don't use them right now because they're not finished. So you can ignore them for now, but it's going to be blue squeezes are bullish and red squeezes are bearish. But we're still doing a lot of work on that. That'll be something we update later on, but that is something that's coming in the future. I'm curious as to what levels you have and how you can recognize a level. You're going to have to be more specific what levels I have. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Will you be streaming more frequently? Right now, the plan is maybe once a week, maybe once every other week. It just kind of depends. Right now, I'm doing it every week for March Madness. These are the March Madness discount codes on the screen. Again, this will be the only time, even if I keep streaming, unless Kentucky wins this weekend too, this will be the only time that the yearly will be discounted for a very, very long time. Maybe Christmas, maybe my birthday, maybe Black Friday, I don't know. But I don't need to. It does very well, but it's March Madness. It's my favorite time of year. I'm a diehard Kentucky fan, and so we're running deals for it. But I will be streaming, probably not once a week, but maybe once every other week. All right, let's move our stops to 80. So as mentioned, failed breakout, coming to test the lows. They're testing them now. I would call this testing the lows. There is support right here. This ledge at 574.56 all the way down to where we bottomed, this 573 area. So we'll see if they can follow through down here into the high volume level or if they're going to be able to hold a little higher. They can even come as low as the pre-market low, which is 572. 572.95, roughly. And if they get through that, well, we could see one of those 60-cent trades turn into a $4 trade. If you are having fun, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to my Instagram. Check out the indicator, guys. It's awesome. Alejandro, I know you asked about levels. I needed some clarity, but on top of that, TradeWaves Academy, if you want to know how to recognize a level, I teach all of that in there. The support and resistance class for that. There's price action class. There's bull and bear trap. So this is a bull trap, right? You get to move down. Late bulls think we're break. So here's the pre-market high, right? Late bulls think we're going to break out here. They trap them. You get the failed breakdown, and they squeeze them. So this is a classic bull trap. GEX is gamma exposure. If you think of delta as how much price will move point to point, so in other words, if you're at 575 and you buy options and you go to 576 and you have a delta of 50 cents, your option price will increase by 50 cents per point. And then gamma is your accelerator pedal. It tells you as you continue to move forward. So when you go from 576 to 577, gamma tells you that you'll go from 50 cents to 53 cents on this dollar. So for the first dollar, you got 50 cents. For the second dollar, 53 cents. So gamma was 3 cents on that. For the next dollar, you might get 56 cents. So gamma was another 3 cents, and so on. And that's all explained really in depth in the options part of TradeWaves Academy. Again, guys, if you can't afford the whole course or can't get it at the discount, you can buy any module on its own for $67. So if you want to know more about price action, more about options, more about mindset, any of it, you can get it for $67. Or you can get the whole course for $497, which is much cheaper. There's 10 2-hour modules in the course. It's a pretty awesome course, if you ask me. But you don't have to ask me. There are plenty of people who have taken it who have left big reviews on how much it has helped them. So at 20% profit, you move your stop to break even. Not break even. It depends on what you mean by that. So, for instance, in this trade here, I'm trying to remember the exact, well, I can tell you the exact levels. I have them right here. Let me go up 1 second. So we got to 136 and we set our stop to 114 or 110 rather, slightly below the 114 we bought in for, because I just wanted a few extra cents of stop. And that still would have given us a profit on the trade. And then we move stops as price moves. You don't have to go lower. A lot of times if the market's moving fast enough, it's not today, it's kind of slow today. If the market's moving fast enough, you can set your stop at the price. So we could have set that stop at 114 instead of 110. And then I try to keep if I can get there, I try to keep roughly a 50 cent trailing stop and then take profit at very key areas so that two things can happen. Number one, I get max profit here and I have a 50 cent stop. So if they do this, they're going to bounce off this low. Hopefully it's a smaller bounce and then they can continue. And if it's not a smaller bounce, I have a stop to protect me, right? And if it is a smaller bounce, I took profit, faded the bounce, and then we got to see it come lower and make more money. John Miller says the whole course is worth it. John took it. He would know. Thanks, John. Good to have you today. All right, guys, so we're going to be in wait and see mode here to see if they can fully break down. If we are, for some reason, I don't know that we will be. I think we'll probably either get stopped out or something. But if we are still in this trade at 10 o'clock Pacific time in about an hour, I'll just roll my live call into that and we'll go from there. I'll just do the live call right here. You can all join for a day. One thing to remember, guys, I do want to go through this one more time because I know that people see a day like today and they're like, oh my gosh, can't wait to get all in on my next trade. I said it at the beginning. I know people get in and out, and there's new people here now. This is not a get rich quick scheme. This is not a get all your money in on every trade. You're going to have losing trades. You're going to have losing days. You're going to have losing weeks. You even have losing months. You have to understand how to trade effectively, which is why Trade Waves Academy is so great. Understand your capital management, understand how to trade. Those things will help you quite a bit as you use this tool. But this tool is incredibly effective. It is really good. It is better than any indicator I can find out there. I know I'm patting myself on the back there, but I just believe it. That's what I've checked a ton of indicators, and it's more accurate. It's better, and as long as you understand that every trade is not a winner, and if you overbet and overplay your hand, you're going to go broke no matter what. Even if you hit 7 trades in a row and you're like, oh my gosh, I ran 10,000 up to 100,000, I'm going to go ahead and bet you'll be broke before too long because it's just not sound trading. So just remember all those things. This is an incredible tool, but it does have losing trades. That is part of it. If it wasn't, we'd all be billionaires and this would be too funny. But you can all be millionaires, if you take your time and do it right. Like I said, last year, $35,000 gain on a $100,000 account. That's 35% on your money. If you do that for 10 years, that's a pretty good bankroll to have in 10 years. Probably over $500,000 over $750,000 with compounding trading, which means on 100,000 you can do 25 contracts. On 130,000 you might be able to do 30 contracts. On 160,000 you might be able to do 35 contracts, and so on and so forth, where you can get up to a point where you're doing 100 contracts a trade, and your return on investment each year is 120,000 a year instead of 35,000 a year, because you're doing 4 times the contracts, right? So just keep those things in mind. That if you follow sound trading strategy and use this tool together, you will be a successful trader. And that's what I want. That's all I want, is for people to be successful traders. Things like, I don't know if you guys saw the movie Dumb Money. I thought it was fantastic. The GameStop deal. That Robinhood got to get out of that because they're billionaires. F them. They should be bankrupt. They should be poor. They made terrible decisions and they got screwed for it. And then billionaires bailed them out because they had huge stakes in that. So I want the small guy to win. I want you guys to win. I want you guys to have good retirements, good trading habits, good vacations, all that stuff, so that we can level the playing field a little bit anyway. R says the indicator is awesome, not perfect. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It is awesome and is certainly not perfect. All right, is this going to be it, or are we just kind of chopping around here? Is it going up? I mean, it can. This is certainly a place. I mentioned that this is a failed breakout. We should be testing this area. We are testing this area. This would be a perfectly reasonable spot for it to reverse. But we'll see. I mean, they are looking like they're trying to build a little bit of a base here to rally off of. So I would say it's very possible that it's going up. Now the difference here is over here you had VWAP and the 21 that were kind of curling to the upside, so they got through. Here they're curling to the downside, so we'll see if they can get through or not. But a back test of VWAP in the 21 here and then a resumption of the trend lower would not be shocking at all. So something like, oops, that. Just a free training tip here. When the 21 is above VWAP, that is a bullish setup on the chart. When the 21 is below VWAP, that is a bearish setup on the chart. So if the 21 breaks through here and gets below VWAP, that makes it a higher probability they will reject on the next time higher. If you're wondering why the 21 is so important, it's because it is the number one factor in confirming trend. For me, anyway. Other people can have other factors, but for me, if you look at trends, so they came down here, they chopped, they got back above the 21, they back tested it, held. Now the trend started, right? Now we get a selling, they come back to the 21 and they hold, the trend continues. Now we get a sell, back to the 21 and hold, the trend continues, and then they finally break through the 21, and then, now they're kind of chopping back and forth through it. So this is telling you very likely we're going to have either the end of the uptrend and they're going to start down, or chop today, and I think it's more likely chop given all the reasons I gave earlier. But the 21 is, and it's the same for a downtrend. They'll get below it and come back and test it, but they're always going to come back and test it, and as long as it holds, the trend is in full effect. Bears need to get something going here. They're about to get at least back tested to VWAP, if not squeezed here. See, I threatened the Bears and they had to do something. Ashwin, if you're still on the call, I did send you that code. Puts are still double the cost of calls. Are they? I don't think they are. No, I have calls are more expensive right now. 1 degree, $1 out of the money calls are 74, puts are 67, and in the money is 129 and 108. So I don't see double the price on those, Debbie. I'm not sure where you're seeing that. James, if you're still on, I see you're having issues getting into Discord. I sent you an invite link. If that doesn't work, let me know. Juan, you're funny. He said, I have a better indicator. Just ask me what my trading strategy is and do the exact opposite. That's why I'm here to learn. Very grateful to you and everything you teach us. Grateful for you, Juan. I can't do this without you. And it makes my trading is a lonely business. If you just sit here and watch, I mean, think about sitting here and watching these all day with nobody around in a quiet room. It's just kind of boring and lonely. So having you guys and seeing your successes and having a group that is getting better and learns and wants to learn is awesome. So the gratitude is for you, not for me. Alejandro, how do you gain access to Discord with the yearly plan? You purchased the yearly Discord plan. If you did, there should be a link that says join us on Discord on that page, and you should have an email that also tells you how to get there. Assuming which yearly plan did you get? Because I know you were asking about the indicator earlier. So there is a Discord yearly plan for me and PT, but I just want to make sure which one we're talking about because the indicator does not have Discord with it. All right, the Bears still haven't given up yet. We're sitting at $1.15. Let's see if we can get a little more push down here. About 50 cents to these lows would get us another 30 cents on our trade. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, the Discord is a totally separate item. The indicator, so if I'm being honest, and I always am, the indicator is the retirement, right? I have to sit here and trade every day with everybody, and I love doing that. And my retirement isn't coming like tomorrow or anything like that. I don't want anybody to think I'm doing that, but I want you guys to still be able to be successful and trade without me. And so the indicator was built exactly for that, to give you all of the trades that we would take and allow you to do it without my assistance, so that one day the Discord can just be a group of members for free that is in there. And, obviously I won't be in there every day. And then the indicator will be what you use to trade with and do that. So it's more of that kind of thing. That's why it's separate from Discord. Discord is the personal touch of, you get to sit in there and listen to these types of things where I give you updates and levels and all that kind of stuff, whereas the indicator is just, here's the trades. But if you want the trade, Alejandro, I know you were asking about the Trade Waves Academy as well. You can get that for 50% off if you got the yearly indicator. So that's an option as well. If you want that, I'll send you the code when I give you access to the indicator. I've always traded options, but switched to futures 2 months ago. I like that they're always correlated to price action, no other variables, demand for options, etc., and better expirations. Yeah, I've just never traded. Like I said earlier about some other things, I'm a creature of habit. I'm like you. I traded options my whole life, so just never got into futures. There's absolutely nothing wrong with using this on futures, trading futures. I realize there are better tax breaks and all kinds of things with futures. Just not something I've ever taken the time to do, and that's just me. So no problem at all trading futures. I completely get it. Biggest problem with this move down was it was really slow. Had it been a little faster, probably would have done better, but it does look like they're about to flip it here. We'll see if they can get past this little ledge at 575. They'll have to get through 575.26 after that, but that would be if that would be bullish. They are taking their time dropping this, that is for sure. Just get old trading a Roth and never worry about taxes again. I'm working on the old part, that's for sure. I'm working on that. My goal next year it'll be before my birthday. Next year I turn 50. And my goal next year is to go to base camp in May when, the end of May when the window of Everest is open. I definitely don't want to summit. I'm not here to die, but I do want to go to base camp. I love climbing mountains. I've been to the top of several, and I want to go to the base camp there. So I'm realizing my body doesn't react to things the way it used to. And that is trying to think of the right word for it. Disappointing feeling. Let's say that. Have you seen more success on the longer time frames? Because I've been using the indicator for weekly swings. How would you compare that to the daily or other time frame intervals? I use the weekly. Personally, I think it's more accurate in depicting the reversal. However, much like people were talking about the 1 minute predicting the 5 minute, the daily would predict the weekly. So you could look at the daily. I think the daily does fine. I don't think you'd be like really mad about it, but I think you'd do better on the weekly. Honestly, I don't trade on the daily very much, but I've looked at it and I've seen, that it does okay. So I would say the weekly is more accurate. Which is why I use the weekly. And I like longer time frame swings if I can get them. Could you have a short meeting on every Friday for the weekly indicators? Well, I mean, that would defeat the point of having the indicator if I told you what the trades were every Friday. I mean, if you have the indicator, I get that. We can do it in my room if you're in there, but yeah, I mean, maybe on the Friday call, we can go through some stocks and look at their weekly charts. Regarding Basecamp, the number one cause of injury in old men is them still thinking they are young men. That's a fact. All right, breaking down into these lows here. Let's see. Let's see here. All right. I wanted, let's see if we get it. I'm looking for 132 here because that's 100%. I always like to get 100%. That's always fun. But I'm not going to, again, step over dollars to pick up pennies. So I will take 122 here. And I'm going to move my stops to 90. Guys, if you like winning, join the team. Get the indicator. Come get in the rooms. Love to have you. I love seeing people succeed and helping them succeed and helping them realize the market is beatable and wealth is attainable and life can be good. So if you haven't joined already, I'd love to have you. From here, we're looking for him to test 574. That's our next high volume level. If that breaks, very likely we're coming down to 572.92, which is the pre-market low. There is going to be some support here at 573.73. You have this structure dip. Where's my right here? You have this right here. So you have this dip, pop, fail, breakout. So you have this level right here. Oops. Oh my goodness. If you come across, that will be a first support and then the pre-market low after that. So they got to get through this low first. Then just below that, they're going to have a little more support. And then through that, we're coming down here. I don't know. How do you guys feel about running the same trade back? Winner, winner. These are the more common days. So if you've been on my last two live streams, last week we hardly had any trades. We won money. We made money a little tiny bit. And then the time before that, I think we had like one or two trades. It took forever to get a trade. This is a more common day where you find a low, you find a high, you trade both of them, you win and you go home. Again, are there losing days? Yes, of course. That's trading. But these are the common days. This is very common. I would not call this a blowout bonanza day. I would call it a normal trading day for us with the indicator. All right. Still have to mark it, guys, so give me a second. I got to do some... Ooh, that's too big. Okay. So here again, we came down into support, right? We took profit here. They're bouncing. And now, even if they come down, we still have a runner. But if they reverse, we collect all of this extra money we would have lost if we waited for a stop out. So remember risk reward. Understand that you're not going to get to the end of you shouldn't get to the end with all of your contracts. If you do, it's very aggressive, but you better hit a lot of those or have really tight stops. Well, as it stands right now, guys, you can stay on here for my live call if you want, if you're not in my rooms. If we stop out before then, sorry. We'll see how it goes. But if we get to the live call and we're still in the trade at 10 o'clock, then you guys can stay on for that, and we'll just do a full live call with everybody too. You'd like, if you're a bull, you'd like to see more acceleration from the bulls here. So typically, not always, because we'll look at it here in just a second, but typically what you get is you get a spike, right? So this is kind of a reversal candle here. It's not the best reversal candle in the world, but it works. And then you get acceleration. So this was an acceleration candle. This is not an acceleration candle, so it doesn't give you a lot of confidence in the bulls yet. That doesn't mean they can't do something like this where you get a little bit of chop and then the breakdown or breakout. But typically you'd want to see acceleration here or strength here, and this is not a great reversal candle either. So I do think they can push down a little further here. How many of the 25 did you close at this point? So I have 4 left. So I closed 12. When I say close half, obviously 25 is not a round number, but I closed 12. Then we closed another half. So I closed 6, which left me 7. And then I closed another half, which was 3, which left me 4. So right now I have 4. WG Shocker says, let's give Jacob a thumbs up. I agree. Okay, so here's some acceleration now. This is what you're looking for if you want the bulls to reverse. They still got to get back above this ledge. This, you got the 21 sitting on this ledge now, so this is going to be key resistance, 574.88 to 575, basically. We'll call it 575. This little area right here, if they get back above that, then it's VWAP, and then back through VWAP, and we go back and test and probably close at the highs. Likes and subscribes, I would appreciate it, guys. If you learned something today, if you made money today, help me out. Share this video. Let people know, if you got family that trades, if you got friends that trade, if you're in a trading group, let them know. I like everybody. I want everybody to succeed. I don't have any issues. Oh, we got to buy. So let's, we got to do some movement. Let's close out here. We'll be able to close out for $1.02. Let's see here. I'm moving fast. Okay, I'm going to take 575 at 71 cents. And our stop is going to be 574.20. Our average exit there was 93 cents. So we had a 27% winner, and that one's going to be, I say it was 93. That one's a 41% winner. That's pretty good. Do you also trade NASDAQ? So the indicator is built around Confluence as one of its tools. So when you go to the settings and you go to the inputs, you'll see that it's tracking the ES and the NASDAQ under the hood. And so it wants all three. It wants the SPY, the ES, and the NASDAQ to all be doing the same thing, because that tells you that there's buying or selling across the markets, and it's more likely that those trades will succeed. So when you get that, you can trade the NASDAQ as well, because you're getting a buy on the NASDAQ too. I don't personally ever trade the NASDAQ, but I do tell anybody that if I make a SPY trade, you could also make it on the Qs, because they trade in step pretty dang high percentage of the time. So they came up into this area. This is going to be a sticking point for the bulls here. We got this trade pretty cheap, so if we stop out, shouldn't be that big a deal. Our first take will be 85 cents. Should we get there? That's what we'll do. Again, this area right here is going to be a major point of contention. We have been going for a little over 3 hours here, and I have to use the restroom. So I will be right back, guys. We're still in an active trade. If it hits 85 cents, put your first take on there and set your stops to, you can set them to 65, I think would be fine. We'll see what happens from there. But I have my first take profit set, so it'll automatically do it for me. So make sure you're ready for that. I'll be back in just a minute. All right. I am back. Doesn't look like too much happened. Which options do you use for the position? 0 TTE. Yes, I use 0 DTE every time. Me personally. You don't have to, but I do. All right. I guess we're going to do the live call together, guys. I'm going to let the room know. All right, into that resistance area, we got to push just above it to see if we can collect on this one. They got pretty close there. Didn't quite get through, though. There we go. Let's get a little push here. It's not necessarily where they get to here. It's where they close this candle. So the resistance is here. If they can close above that, that's good. That's what you'd want to see. That would be very bullish. If they just tag it and pull back, that's not as good. You don't want that. You want the bar to get up and either close near it, above it, or at it, and then push up from there. They can still pull back a little bit before they push, but you want this bar to kind of hold its stake up here. That says that the bulls are not going to be pushed back. They're trying to fight this resistance. Viva la résistance. Futures would be better for this because of the tax benefits and other issues. Yeah, I think I've made that clear. You can definitely trade futures with this, and certainly your trading style is your prerogative. That's a good close. They closed above the 21. They closed above all of these candles here. That's kind of what you want to see here. Look for them to test VWAP next. You may get a little pullback here to back test this 85 zone. Below that, they may start to shrink a little. I'm going to move my stop up to 574.47 here. Really shouldn't be pulling back too far if they're going to continue. They can come back and test this support here. But 574.47. I'm going to move my stop to. Zero DTE SPY or SPX? Either. Oh, I use SPY. Sorry, I use SPY. But you could use either. Doesn't matter. This will be annoying. They hit 84 cents. Our stop was 85, but I pre-programmed my first take. So in other words, it's already locked in at 85, and once price hits that, in case it spikes and reverses, it automatically closes me out. So I can't adjust on the fly really quickly sometimes. And usually if it gets to 84, it's going to get to 85. So we may have stepped over penny or dollars to pick up pennies this time. We'll see. We'll see if they can hold here and push back higher. That's a pretty good candle there. They back tested, came back up, closed it still at the 21. If they can follow through here, that would be bullish. Certainly can be a reversal candle, but getting back above the 21 was a good start. So we'll want to see them try to fight this top here and get back up into VWAP, which should cash us out. All right, guys, it is 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. That is the time of my live call. So I should have anybody who wasn't on the call before joining. I think most of you are probably already on here, to be honest. And then whoever's not in my rooms, you get to do the live call today. So let's see if we get to 85 cents first so I can have a little less stress of trying to manage a trade, a live call, and a stream. You know what? Just to make it easy, guys, I am going to go ahead and, well, maybe not. Did they just hit it? My trade's frozen. Hold on. I think they're trying to close out. Oh, nope. Okay. I am going to go ahead and close here for 82 cents. It is a little less than the 20%, but again, I'm going to be managing a live call, and Oh, there we go. 85. Never mind. I haven't even closed out. I was talking. Okay, we're going to take 85. So let me do that. Perfect. Thanks, guys. Hit right on VWAP. All right, close out half for 85 there. And let's set our stops to, let's go to 65. Actually, let's go to 60. We have 2 winners in the books, and this could run, and I want to give it a chance to, even if it comes back-to-back test. So 60 for stops. All right, now let's get into the live call. Okay, so let's go over to our charts. Real quick here while we're keeping an eye on things. Okay, so nothing's really changed from the overnight video, guys. We are looking at the potential for A, B, and C with a target of 58.56 here. They're edging in on that target. That would be what we'd be looking for next. From there becomes a really important all right, guys, sorry about that. Are you still here? You able to see me? Hold on. I think we're coming back in. I don't know. Okay. Can you guys see the screen? Okay. All right, you're back. Sorry about that. My computer is feeling a little maxed out today with all the stuff going on. So anyway, a 5-wave decline, we would look for a breakdown. A 3-wave decline, we would look for higher. So if we get a 3-wave decline off of this, probably into this support, we would look for continuation. Now this decline doesn't have to be the decline. So for instance, this can be ABC of A, then B and C, and then we could see a breakdown. That is still possible, just to keep that in the back of your mind. But we are hitting the 50% area. The next would be 618 up around 5950 or so, and then the 764 up around 6000 would be our targets to the upside after this 5850 area. Any questions on the ES? We're not at A equals C. We should still be heading up. Theoretically, yeah, they don't have to hit A equals C. I mean, they're over the 764, which is a valid C wave. But typically, you'd look for 5850 to 5900 here. So same basic premise on the ES overall. On the NASDAQ, again, same basic deal. 20,436 was the 1.0. They're extending towards 20,600. I would actually expect them maybe 20,900 overall, if not more. But same premise. We have an ABC here. We look for a pullback. If it's 3 waves, we look higher. If it's 5 waves, we look lower. Again, they can still do something like this before coming down. But same basic premise there as well. NASDAQ is breaking out over the highs, whereas ES was taking a little while to do that. So we'll see exactly how that works out. Move your stops up to 65, by the way, on your trade, on your last trade. Let's go back over to the ES here. And we'll start going through. So RTY is red today. You would like to see RTY leading. NASDAQ is clearly leading, looking strong to the upside, up 0.5%. You really want to see RTY leading this charge if you're bullish. So this is a little bit concerning for the bulls. Small caps got hit hard, but if they're going to go make a new high with the rest of the market, which is what you would expect, they need to pick up the pace and they should be leading, and they are not. So that is a concerning factor to keep in mind as we watch these next couple weeks play out. Now, this isn't like, oh my God, they're down 2% while the rest of the market is up. They're flat, basically. They're down a little bit, but they should still be green, and more green than the ES at least, if not more green than both. So the fact that they're not is something to keep an eye on. The Dow Jones transports, you would like to see them green, but they are down about 0.5% today. So just something to keep in mind that could be forecasting a little bit more downside. SMH and NVIDIA both red. So things to keep in mind when you're looking at supporting evidence of the market are we seeing confluence? Is everybody buying the market, or is it sectors? Some of the Mag 7 is actually, most of the Mag 7 is green except NVIDIA. So that's a good sign. And NVIDIA's, it's down 0.25%, but it's in that 120 zone. I told you that was their heavy resistance level. So NVIDIA, as we look at how it's playing out, they came back up into this heavy resistance, this 120 to 123 area off of this pullback. So they're going to need to get through that, and if they break out over this high, that should turn pretty bullish and squeeze them up into this level here at 128.80, and then from there we'll see how they react, because you have major resistance here, you have major resistance here. Coming back into that zone could cause a push down from there. So they got to get back through the high at 123 basically, and then they should look at 128 next, and then from there we'll see how they react. So you don't have all rainbows and butterflies today as of right now, but you do have some positive signs and some, I wouldn't say negative, I would say some flattish to neutral signs. Gold found a little bit of a bounce here, but again, gold's just consolidating up by the highs. Nothing crazy here. They closed the gap, and now they're moving back up. Obviously, we're looking for a pullback off of this area, which is why we exited some of our precious metals in this area. We'd like to see them challenge or backtest this 250 breakout. So they broke out over this high and have not come back to backtest it yet. So I think that is probably an order at a minimum, if not the 220s. But 250s is where I'd like to see them come back to on gold. But they're currently still consolidating and very bullish until we start to see some kind of break of this low right here at about 276. Silver outperforming strongly today, which is what you want to see. If silver breaks back out over this high right here, they will squeeze and squeeze hard. They will outperform gold very strongly. Silver should be the leader going into the last stretch of this precious metals run. Again, a pullback in silver would not be shocking, but should they decide to push, they do have a pretty good 1-2 setup right now. Just depends on the overall decision, whether this is going to be a 1-2 breakout, or this was 1-2 here. So this was 1 and 2 here, and they're already starting to break out. Bitcoin bullish today, continuing to try to press up out of here. Their big level is going to be 99, so basically 100,000. We're getting through this mess right here. If they get through this and push back over 100, then you're looking at 115, 130 on Bitcoin. You have a lot of resistance to still get through. You have this level here that I have drawn on here, 89,208. You have 94.3, and then you have 100,000 that are all going to be very strong levels for the market to have to contend with. Questions or charts you guys want to see, we can go through. On NQ, daily stock RSI is up and MACD is still down. What's your opinion? I don't think the MACD is down on the NQ daily. I could be wrong, but no, it's curled and crossed. The MACD is curled and crossed on the daily. That's very bullish, by the way, and it was extraordinarily oversold. So a bigger bounce here, guys, is I still think in the cards. I don't think we're done bouncing yet. The MACD's got to reset at least some if we're going to continue with more downside pain. So I do think a bigger bounce is likely. You have negative divergence here, which is a bearish sign, but they've broken down now and made a new low. So this can turn positive real quick. And when people think all-time highs aren't possible, they're not looking at the extremes of the market, not the extremities, the extremes of the market. This is an extreme right here, which means usually the snapback is also extreme. So I would just be really cautious about saying that all-time highs are in, the top is in, and the market is going down, because there is a lot of upside room for these charts. The current ABC, do you have a ending on 317 or 319? I don't know what you mean exactly by that. You have to be a little bit more clear. IBIT. This is going to be the same as Bitcoin, except it's just going to have the levels that are, it's going to have 52, 53, 60, 52 to 53 is going to be huge resistance. If they get through that, they got to get through this pattern here at 56, and then the tops. They got to get through the top, and if they do that, I don't know what their target will be on here, but it's 115 to 130 on Bitcoin, which is about, yeah, I'd say it's probably going to target the 72 area, but I need to kind of look here. Oh, this just started. So if we consider it like this, it has a target of 68 and then 80. And I do not want to be on this chart. Let me switch back to my other chart real quick here. VXUS. So emerging markets, I'm guessing that's what this is an emerging market fund, since I see international stock ETF. Emerging markets are one that I think that can break out while this correction is happening, excuse me, for a bigger run. I don't know how this particular chart looks yet. Let's zoom out a little bit. Zoom out further. I need to see a more complete structure real quick. Okay, so you have a fund here that has chopped. So this is all corrective action. And then it makes a low. So this is where you're going to start from. So if you're ever trying to start Elliott wave, find the low low. We're going to call this a full 5 waves. This is a weekly, so obviously it takes a while to play out. We'll call this a wave 2 for now. So they came right into the 618. This is not the best structure I've ever seen, I'll be honest with you there. They came right into the 618, which is what you'd like to see a wave 1 of 3 come into, and then pulled back off of that. A deeper pullback would have been okay, and they still probably can pull back a little deeper here. If you get an A, B, C, if they want to get a flat or something, I'd like to see a little bit deeper, but they don't have to. Breaking back above this high would be super bullish, and I'd target 75 plus, with 75 to 82 being my next target area. Breaking back above the high here on the 16th of September or so. Breaking back below this low, I'd look for a deeper pullback, probably into 51 would be the most likely area, and then look for the breakout. But if they break this low here at 51, I would be very cautious of upside on this chart. I would be looking more at downside at that point. I'm a physical gold and silver holder. I'm wondering if you could cover a long-term view after we turn down. How should it go? How low could it go? So I think gold's headed for a major correction too. Everybody's going to think you can run to gold during this corrective period in the market, but gold is getting ready to hit a major 5 after this huge run up. 3,600 to 4,000 as the target area overall, and from there I think it could significantly drop back into the thousands. NTR. Guys, if you're not in my rooms and you're just on the live stream today, we did stop out of our trade, by the way. If you're not in the rooms and you are on the live stream, we do this every single day where you get to give me stocks. I go through all of the counts on the major stuff, and then if you have other stuff you want to look at, we go through it. This looks like a pretty clear ABC to the downside off of this high. Like this. The question is this C wave done? I would argue potentially no, that this can be all of wave 3. This would be 4, and then maybe wave 5 like this. I don't see, this looks corrective to me, and I don't see a reason to be positive on this just yet. If they get back over this 60 area, we could definitely look at a bigger retrace, ABC's type retrace up into the 80 to 100 areas. 100 being really big resistance off of this peak, and 80 being really big resistance off of this peak here. Both of those levels more than the 618 would be what I'd watch. The 618 has some resistance right here. It's got a little double peak, but these peaks are significant. The banner is blocking the X time axis. For me, time is irrelevant, and moving those banners actually takes a little bit of work on a live stream, so I can't do that. I mean, I can. I'm not going to pause the call for that, but time is irrelevant. Nothing about the time at the bottom and where I have things pinned matters. I don't particularly worry about time. So I do apologize you can't see it. I'm sorry for that, but for the live stream here, I can't move it. AUGG. So it's possible that they made, what was that other high? that they've made some sort of leading diagonal here off of this low. It's a pretty ugly structure to this high. It's also possible that this was just a B wave bounce off of the all-time highs back here. You don't have a ton of reason to be bullish yet. So off of this low, you have a potential 1, 2, but you don't have what I would call follow through enough here. In other words, as we look at this, and keep in mind, guys, if you are new, if you're just on the live stream, you're not in my rooms, I just do big picture stuff. I can't tell you for sure that this is 5 waves or this is, because I'm not going to dig down into the weeds. I'm just going to give you the key levels that matter. So they came up and they hit the 1, 2, 3, 6, and then they failed the pivot. And that immediately tells me that this is corrective. So lower would be very much in the cards here. Back above this high, and they can try to make something for a leading diagonal to get going. But I don't count on diagonals whatsoever. So I would be very cautious trying to be long this chart right now. Is the up move done in the NQ100? Seeing ABC going on. We've gone through the NASDAQ a couple times. You can go back and check it out earlier in the video. But I do think higher before we go lower. I'm not saying all-time highs yet, but they certainly are on the table. But I think we still need an overall bigger bounce. Specifically where, so if you go to the ES for that ABC setup, you're always just looking at the high and the low. We don't want the weekly here. Let's go down to the 2 hour. And so off of your, well, here, let's move over. So off of the low here on the 13th, down around 55.60, you go up to the high at, what is this, 57.60. Then you have an ABC flat here down into 56.50 for your third point. And then this is the C wave up toward 58.56 overall. Thank you for doing this live stream today. No problem. Hopefully you made some money, had some fun, learned something. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Any other questions? Stocks? I've been talking and streaming for 4.5 hours, so I'm ready to be done streaming, I can tell you. Not that I don't enjoy you guys, but 4.5 hours is enough. Awesome. Well, I really had fun with you guys today, especially if you were new here. I hope you made money today, saw the power of the indicator. Remember, guys, you got about an hour left. By the time I get everybody updated and delete the coupons, you'll have till about 11:30 a.m. My time, so about an hour. And then those coupons will go away. So if you want the yearly indicator, you can get that. Remember, you get 50% off trade waves if you want to do that with the yearly indicator. You get 30% off your first month if you want to do that. Lots of March Madness deals out there, guys. If the Cats win this weekend, we'll do it again next week, but we'll definitely stream next week either way. All right. Announcement, I am out next Thursday and Friday, so not this week, but next week. I have family in town. My nephew turns 21, and he wants to party on the Strip, so I'm going to go be a 21-year-old for 2 days and feel terrible on Saturday. So, question has been asked, but could you describe the indicator is based on in general terms? It is based on price action, and that's a broad term, but in general it's based on confluence, very, very key support resistance levels, reversals, momentum. There's about 150 different things in there, and those things create bottoms and tops that we capture. And today you saw it create reversals on exactly the levels I thought it would. I pointed out the levels before we ever got there. And that's where we got the buys and sells off of. So it knows when and where to trade and how to trade. And that's the beauty and power of it. So it is the difference between my indicator and 99% of others is mine is forward-looking price action based on very real levels and timing, whereas others are backward-looking, waiting for moving averages to cross, waiting for a MACD to do something, waiting for an oversold alert, all kinds of different things that are too late. The reason we're able to get in at highs and lows is because it's forward-looking. It is only with TradingView. Yes, and if you don't have a TradingView account here, real quick before I sign off, guys, if you're not part of the group or you don't have the indicator, when you get it, you'll be taken to this page. So if you don't have a TradingView account, one, you'll need to fill out the form to tell me your TradingView username once you get it. So this form here allows me to give you the indicator. Make sure you fill that out. But right here it says click here to open a new TradingView account. This is a link that allows you to get a discount on, it says right here, this is TradingView indicator only. If you don't have an account, please click the link below to open one and get a discount. This will give you a discount on a TradingView account, as well as it gives me a rebate. So we both win, but I always like to be upfront and tell you that, yes, of course, I get something out of that too. And then it's got videos on how to set up TradingView, how to set up the indicator, your day trading strategy, which I need to update, by the way. Sorry, guys, I need to update that video. And then an alternate and a weekly swing strategy. So all of that is on there. You get all of that stuff. So if you want to get it, again, you got about an hour left. Again, I won't discount the yearly again. I know I said I wouldn't. The only chance you have is if Kentucky wins both games this weekend. I might do it again next week for March Madness, but you won't see it again unless that happens. So thank you, everybody, for joining. Had a lot of fun today, and I hope you did too.